Right. Test. Let's check my mic's working. Alright. Get the latest build. So today the goal is to hook up all the shop menu functionality again. Working on the shop menu currently. I kind of got it in last time, the layout of the shop menu. So let's look at game menus, shop menu, draw widgets. So this is basically what draws the shop menu at the moment. And this is all the stuff that used to draw the shop menu, the old prototype one. The stuff we'll still need in there. Let's see where we are. I think the easiest thing to do would be to... we did a release build. Maybe this is what it looks like currently. Did a couple of things since the last stream. I made the trade and the reset button different colours, and tooltips on top of tooltips, so you can see what the little stats are for each item. That works here and here. So I think the first thing to do would be to implement this reset button. When you press yes, nothing happens. So we do have something called shop menu reset, which is currently if zeroed away. So what is it trying to do? It just claims the items back. So this, we had left, center, bottom, right, center, top, which is currently, now they're not called that. Vendor bag ID, sell bag, buy bag. So if you do this, it needs to know what bag it came from, because if we do this and then click reset, it would just go back into the stash. Whereas I think it needs to go back into the hero's inventory. So let's have a quick look then. We had this thing called left bag ID before, because we didn't have tab panes. I don't think. Can't remember. So let's just check you get in here when reset is approved. So we might, oh, actually we do need to rebuild in debug build. We might need to kind of hold some state about what item has come from what item, which bag the item has come from. So when we click reset, we can put it back into the same bag that it came from. Perhaps. So I don't think we currently track that. If we do this and then we click reset and we click yes, we end up here, which calls the reset. we go to Game UI, Canvas, with this thing called Exchange Inventory. So this is for the grid. So this will work for the player's stuff. This is what runs the code to move the item exchange inventory. So we've got dest bag, we've got source bag. We don't keep around. We say claim item from bag slot. We don't keep around where the item came from. We don't keep around this source bag ID. So we do send events for this. We could listen for an event. We say before remove item, after add item. So that's the first problem we've got to solve. How do we track what item the source bag ID, so we can put it back? We have something called ignored bags. We're going to need that in the future. That's the bags that we can't put items into. So what I want to know is when shop menu gets created. Here. So it's around forever. Which means here we could start listening to events. Yeah, what's crazy is we don't actually need these canvases either. Let's get rid of these canvases first. So when is it created as well? Is it created right at the beginning, the dynamic initializers? So a thing called on enter. Which creates the bags, empties them. That gets called every time the shop opens. Game events. Listen. I want to listen for game event types. Let's have a quick look which one I want to listen for. After add invent, before remove, after add. So G event, before remove inventory items. But we only want to actually do this. We only want to put this listener in once. So let's just do as listeners, as event listeners. See, just riffing at the moment. I'm not really sure if this is actually how we want to do it. So we just put a little breakpoint there. So we get this event now to say we're about to remove item ID 2 from bag ID 1. And then if we do can we listen for multiple events? No. That would be a nice extension, actually. Let's see if we can actually write that where we could listen for multiple events with one call. Oh, it doesn't. It skips over it. Let's just remove that JMC file from working for a second. Stop that working. Okay. does it got makes something called an event listener group. Which just takes it might be a bit complicated. So what is the event listener group? And then it calls listen on the group callable events. Making a game event callback. There's a lot of stuff without this .jmc file. Right, so if I do want see, that would have to return a bunch of I would have to return a bunch of indices into event handles. Yeah, we won't do this. So we'll just do we'll just listen from one at a time. G-event after add inventory items E. Oops. So we had 2 events in, 2 listeners in. So we should get, before we move, item ID 1 from bag ID 1, and after add okay, now this is going to get called, I believe, even if the shop is not open. I think what might be easier is for this to have the source, a possible source bag where the items came from. That might be the easiest thing to do, because then we can say if it came from, if it's going into the buy or the sell bag, we can record where it came from. So it would be in here. So let's just put this .jmc back on. So what do we have? We have the bag ID. That's the bag ID that's being added to. We could have a standard optional. Or we could actually have a transfer event itself. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's the best thing we could do. So it calls claim item from bag slot. Claim items from bag slot. and this returns something to do with how many items were claimed. The result is the desk slot index. So the result is whether they were claimed. Do we have to? So we don't actually say how many got transferred. It's the minimum of the quantity we want to transfer and how many items are actually in the slot. Oops. We probably need to return, actually. So this looks like the result is the slot index. But we actually need to return the slot index and how many got transferred, I think. Okay. So claim item from bag slot. We're going to have struct item claim result. Size T slot index U64 quantity claimed. And then this where are we? Where is it? Is one of them. Call it item claim result. Quantity claimed equals the amount. So it'd be that type of thing. So we get the thing called get first slot, that is result slot index. Okay, let's see if that works. Get rid of any compile errors. So that would be item claim. And that would be item claim slot index. Get first slot. So this is size T slot index equals result slot index well this has, can you do this? This is saying standard optional ref, so standard optional size T slot index is this. That's going to swap the slot index potentially. Night Child, test free, yeah, how's it going? So if the source bag ID is equal to the ID and the source slot is equal to the dest slot. Okay, that's interesting. So what's that saying is if it's the same bag and the same slot. Would this be for the quantity? It would be claiming from the same slot as itself. Interesting. I suppose quantity would be 0, maybe. I don't really know what that would be. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you're doing alright, Night Child. Working on the shop menu still at the moment. working on the reset. It currently doesn't do anything. The idea is if you do this and then you click reset. Don't know if this will work actually. Do that put thing and then you click reset, everything just goes back into its original position. Yeah, this is Tim Appleton's shop currently. Tim Seedware. And he sells seeds. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm just trying to trace. So when you actually, so I've got an item for, I've got an event for items being removed from a bag or placed into a bag, but I'm just going to make an event for when an item exchange happens from one bag to another. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I can just record all the exchanges that happen, and then when I reset, I can just reverse them all. I think that's what I'm going to do. So the old prototype shop, if you clicked reset, so if you did something like, so we go from the hero into the sell category, but then if you went to stash and pressed reset, the items would go back into the stash. Whereas I think what I'd want is them to go back into the hero category, where they came from. So we need to record where they come from, essentially. So I'll put this thing in now where we go. If you put one in there, from the heroes bag to the sell bag, we'll go through all this stuff. Make an item claim result. Slot 0, quantity claimed 1. So that's the claim result. If claim result, we're going to send an event here. Don't know what's doing there with the debugger's losing its place. We have a claim result, slot index, item claimed 1. Quantity claimed. So now we can send an event. An exchange, particular. Well, we could have we could. So we could send like an exchange event, or in here we could send the actual claim event. Might do it inside. I might try and do it inside first. Okay. So it'd be like, if result get game events dot send g event claim items, and you'd have to have something like Sauce bag ID. Source slot index. Desk bag ID. Desk slot index. And the quantity claimed. I think you would need those things. I think that's what you would need. So the source bag, that's where they came from. The desk bag, where they ended up. And the quantity that was exchanged. And then if you want to know what item it was, or what items it was, we can just look in the desk bag at the desk slot index and see what type of item it is. So do we have all these things? Do we have... Well, we've got the desk slot index and the slot... Yeah, we do. So, game event types. We'll have it here. We'll have struct, G event, claim, inventory, items, source bag ID, source slot index, desk bag ID, desk slot index, quantity, I'll put it there. Okay, so we'll just make the event outside. We'll make the event here. So, source bag ID, source slot index, result. Do we keep the desk bag ID around? That's just this ID. ID, desk slot index, result, quantity claimed, and we'll just send that event. Okay, desk slot index. That's the result slot index. Okay, so now in the shop menu, you can listen to one of these. And we can just see if, like, the desk bag ID is either the the sell or the buy bag. Okay. So we've got a source bag, source slot, desk bag, desk slot, and the quantity. That's kind of what we need. So We'll just do it all here for now. Can say if, so we'll just make this ampersand, and we'll say if E, this bag ID, is the cell bag ID, is the buy bag ID. We need to record where it came from, basically. If it was removed from it, so I'm thinking as well is if we remove them out, would it be fine to just not record that? So what we could do, you see, what the player could do is do this, and then do this, where actually the source bag ID was the cell bag. We'll just do it like this. We'll say, well, if e.source bag ID is the cell bag ID, else if e.source bag ID is the dest bag ID, is the buy bag ID. So what we need is we need like an array cell by bag record, so we want the ID, we want the slot index, and we want the source bag ID and the source slot index. So that's the ID and the slot index, and the source bag ID and the slot index. And we want an array of those in here. Cell by records. And what we might do is, no, we'll just leave it like that for now. So we could do something like void or size t. add sell by record, which takes the event or record sell by event. Like this. So we want to go sell by records, add ID equal to the EVT dot dest bag ID and dot slot index is equal to the EVT dest slot index. We're looking for the index here. So for index ref record index equals R. This returns index. If we don't have an index, we need to make one. So index is equal to by sell or sell by records, add we'll make a new record there. New record. Slot index EVT slot index source bag ID EVT source bag ID source slot index EVT source slot index. So we make one. We don't need to do this actually. We're going to go BM assert the index exists, and then we're going to go sell by records index source bag ID evt.source bag ID sell records index source slot index evt source slot index, like that. Bit Wilder, how's it going? Hope you're alright this morning. Working on the shop today. And then when we actually open the shop, was it on enter? Shop menu. On enter, we just have to do sell by records empty. I'm alive. Oh man. Well, get yourself a cup of tea. Watch some coding. Hope it make you feel good. But you only want to record these in certain circumstances. Okay. Okay, so we're doing this. So we made a new record now. For this ID in this slot, saying that we have the source bag ID from the source slot. Spare the details. Yeah, if you want to, that's fine. So that adds that in, and what happens if we do this? What we need to do is remove that source record. What we're going to do is add another one in. So now we're going from, we're going into there, and then when we come out again, we're going back from there into there. Okay, so it's a bit more complicated. No hunch, yeah.
No hunch.
I've got a standing desk. I'm going to set that up tonight, hopefully. So if EVT test bag ID is equal to the buy bag ID, or EVT test bag ID is equal to the sell bag ID, we do this. Else, if EVT source bag ID is the buy bag ID, or EVT source bag ID is the sell bag ID. Do something else. We remove it. Actually break there. And there. We'll do this. So this has to be standard optional now. Might not do anything. So we'll just do this. So what we're saying now is if we're coming from the buy or sell record, we need to do sell by record index. Do you want to record the quantity? Because what we need is, yeah, we do need a quantity, I think. The item quantity. So it'd be sell by records index.quantity plus equals EVT quantity. Maybe quantity needs to be an integer as well. So what is amount here? Here's a size T. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go BM assert. What I don't want to do is to wrap there. Well, we could say if that. We could just set it to 0. Then we could say if sell by records index quantity is equal to 0, sell by records, remove index. And then index.reset. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so we make one where we exchanged one item. And then if we move it back, we remove it off, we release, we delete the record. So if we do a more complicated example, like we take 2, and then we put 1 back. We've still got 1 in there, in the record. Okay, that's pretty good. And then if we close the menu and we open the menu again, there should be nothing in. It should have reset. Yeah, emptied it. Cool, okay, that's good. So that's just now recording the transactions that are going in and out of the buy or sell menus. The ones that the buy and sell menus are interested in. So, reset now. Needs to go through the records that we have, the sell by records that we have, and put them all back. So we've got auto source bag is G controllers get inventory bag controller, the record source bag ID, source slot is the record slot index, source slot index, the dest bag G controllers get record ID, and the dest slot is the record slot index. Well, yeah. And then I'm just caching them all out for now. I'll put BM assert, source bag, and dest bag. No, we don't want to assert. They might disappear. So if not dest bag, or source bag, continue. Okay, so we want to go. So the source bag is where it came from. So the source bag, claim items from bag slot. The source bag ID was the is the record ID. the source slot index is the record slot index. So we can provide a dest slot index. Do we want to do that? The thing is, the player might move the items around. Fu Manchu, morning, how's it going? Hope you're doing alright. You're working on your asset pipeline again today, or your asset browser. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in this dest slot index and see what happens if the dest slot index has got items in it already. So that's the record source slot index, record quantity. Asset browser working already. Alright, cool, thanks very much. Oh. Yeah, I'm just working on resetting the shop. So the player can click a reset button and then everything just resets. You know, like, because you can move things around in the shop, you see. Test bag undeclared identifier. Back to work. See you later, yeah. We need to actually empty the records as well. Sell by records, empty. So, simple example, we do this, we click reset, yes, goes through, we should have one record. So the hero we're going to claim from that bag. So we've provided the dest slot index here. What happens if the dest slot index is full of items? Is it the item? So if you're saying, we don't do anything. If the item type of the dest slot index is not the item type that we're wanting to insert into it, we fail. Okay, we're going to send another one of these. What I want to do is see what happens to the record. Oh, it removes it anyway. It removes it itself. Okay, that's good. So this should be empty at the end. Anyway. So, yeah. So if we can't do that, what happens? Essentially, what happens if we can't do that? I'm assuming the item just stays in. I'm assuming the item just stays in the cell location. So for instance, now we've moved one from there to there. If we move that to there, and we press reset, it won't be able to. But what we want to do is put it in an empty slot. If there are no empty slots, we want to go to the stash, put it in there. If there are no empty slots in the stash, we want to go through every single party bag. We want to try and put it somewhere. Because what can happen here is that they could do this and then the item's lost forever if you can't put it back. So if not result, we need a backup plan. First I need to go and blow my nose, man. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm back. Thanks for the raid. I'm incredibly snotty today. I needed to go and blow my nose. It was an emergency. How's everybody doing? Who was it that did the raid? Kirani Pie Box. Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, working on the shop today. Kirani, I hope your stream was great. Surprise, I like that. Coffee break raid. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Working on the shop menu. We worked on the Steam page. Oh, nice, nice. Good progress. Awesome. Doing pretty well. Nice one. Yeah, I'm working on just trying to get the shop menu. Right now we're doing the reset. So the idea is you put stuff in the cell that you want to sell. So this is all the players' inventory, I suppose. This is Tim Appleton, so he's the shop owner. And then when you press reset, you want it to reset like that. But there's problems. So like if I do this and then the player does this, it wants to reset back into there, and it's occupied by something else now. So we need to put it into a free slot. But you could imagine like the player could, in theory, take stuff out of his stash, put them into there, go to the hero, fill all of these up, and then press reset. What do you want to do in that situation? I don't know. I don't know. So right now, this just won't work, I don't think. The reset will fail. So we're going to write a bit of code that will put it into the next available slot. So this is it. If the result is false, then we didn't reset. We didn't claim any items. Hit the enter screen. Yeah, well. So one option is to completely reset all of the bags to the beginning. Like you say, but I don't know if I want to interrupt how the player wants to organise their items. Do you know what I mean? They do this. Maybe they've made space for new items. So what I want is all of this to end up back with the player somehow. So what I was thinking of doing was, if the slot's taken, move it to the next free slot in the current party bag. So the hero's party bag. If there's no free slots, then go to the stash and put it in there. If there's no free slots in the stash, iterate through the rest of the party bags. And mathematically, I think there should always be at least the amount of slots available because you've pulled it from there in the first place. So it should always be able to be reset. Shouldn't lose items. If the result is false, light everything on fire. Yeah, I might write a routine for that. Turn the computer off. Are you making this in your own engine? Yeah, that's right, yeah. So it's everything's custom. So there's like there's a level editor and all sorts of stuff. So this is the little trigger that spawns the shop, you see. So what you do is you put a little event on it to broadcast that there's a shop there, and you say what type of shop it is. And then that ends up being here. So you could actually, this is just if a shop is like in the world somewhere. Most of them are probably going to be attached to dialogue. So you would write some dialogue to open a shop. But it works the same way. You just like set the event on the dialogue rather than on the trigger, and it will open the shop. Open the shop up. Need to run for lunch. All right, yeah. Thanks for the raid, Kirani. It's much appreciated. When you say anything's custom, are you using the Win API? Yeah, so it comes directly from Windows. Yeah, that's it. So there's no SDL or anything. You're learning game dev right now. Honestly, can't even imagine trying to do it without an engine at this point. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, they're almost different disciplines, I suppose. There's the tech bit, which is the engine and all the tools. And then there's the game dev bit. And there's a little bit of crossover, but not really. People tend to get into game dev and then get deeper into the tech later. So you'll probably get to it, I would say. You've been really lazy in using the Win API in C. Yeah. I just have one file, pretty much, which is the main, and this just does all the Windows stuff in this file, and that's it. So it's like 1500 lines of code to do all the Windows stuff, and then the rest is like built on top. So if you wanted to port to another OS, you just have to kind of like rewrite this file to the Linux version or whatever. Yeah, and then it's DirectX 12 for graphics. So that they're the like main APIs, I suppose. Right. So yeah, you'd build the levels in the level editor. You can build like the dialogue trees and quests and all that in there. If you're 20 years younger, think about diving deeper into game engine construction. It might naturally come. People end up going there naturally. The more, the more experience they get, you might be like, not a full engine, but you might be interested in parts of an engine. But if not, if you're just wanting to make games, like I say, they are different disciplines anyway. So, you could spend that time on becoming a really good game dev instead, which might be better use of the time for you. I was always more into the tech first. I have very limited experience in actual game dev, really. I've just built parts of engines before and then stopped when it's got to the game bit. This time I'm not. I'm going to try and go make a game as well. Make a game engine at any age. Yeah, like you might naturally fall into it, become interested in it, and just go that way anyway. Yeah, so if there's no result, what we can do is try and set that result again, but not actually specify the slot index. So that just becomes standard optional size T. And that should put it in a next available slot. I love learning how everything works. My issue is learning to focus on one or two topics. Yeah. Be more specialised than generalised, but eventually, yeah. It's like if you get curious. How does a renderer work? You might just want to build something, some little OpenGL thing. Learn about how to actually get shaders up and running from the ground up, So if we do this, that reset works. If we do this and we put that in its place and then we reset, it doesn't work. So that didn't work. The id Software engines from the 90s. Oh yeah, is it open source? They are massive, that's the only thing. But yeah, you can look at all that source code. What I would do is pick something you're interested in and try and learn about that specific, like a little bit of an engine. So the render is obviously quite a complicated system, but you could learn about maybe how it handles the assets, how it imports assets, what it does to the assets. Because obviously, like, most games don't ship with, say, like PNG files. They manipulate them somehow into their own data packs. Could do something like that. That didn't work. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to it. It takes a lot of time, you're right. That didn't work. Is the result returning something? Oh, it emptied the record. We don't want to actually do that. Fabian Sanglad's website has a good source review of its engine. All right, cool, yeah. Yeah, nice. Let's try this again. What I was doing was emptying the records there. The records shouldn't need to be emptied. All this claim stuff should automatically empty the record. The record is like the record of like all these pulling all these items around the place. So if you do that, that works. If you do that, and we do that, I want it to go there really. So that didn't work. So didn't find the desk slot. Okay, it's this bit that I've changed, which is not going to work. See you later, Jenny. See you later. What does this do? Hang on, let's have a quick look and see what this actually did. Can't remember now. I changed this. Okay. I think we can just do 0. But this is like this. Okay. That worked. So let's just take this breakpoint away. Oh. Got some kind of problem. Keep it the same. So result failed, so we'll try and reset it without setting the desc slot index. Results not being set. Anywhere. So I think it's like actually this. We just have to go result. What does this return? Yeah, if desc slot result is the item claim result. Quantity claimed is quantity. Maybe we don't need to do this. Slot index is slot index. Put this there, that there, reset. That one fails. We get the first slot index, which is 0, so we make one. Oh, that's where it's calling the... desk slot index is not a thing. So actually... can we do this? This will work. Oh, thanks for the follow, Junicorn Jenny, much appreciated. Yeah, let us know if you've got any questions or anything. What have you been working on? My brain's not firing much today. We'll see. See how easy this is for me. So we actually set a desk slot index. And then we're going to send the event saying we've claimed them, which is going to record another one of these. But what it should do is actually remove it, which it does. And then the result is set. The result is set, it's just not showing. So that actually should work. New to dev and game dev since October. Oh, that's absolutely awesome. C# and Unity. Yeah, love C#. Done quite a lot of stuff in C#. Yes. Victory. So, we do this, and then we move that one back into its place. It just goes back up there. Cool. I've done a tiny bit of Unity, but I've done much more C#. Working on a lot of small projects, finding other dev streams, having the background. Oh, cool. Are you a streamer then? I'll follow you if you're a streamer. Oh, you are? Cool. Let me follow you. I'll follow you back. Yeah, nice. Working with others. That's exactly the same as me. Because I'm just sat here in a room on my own. So it's nice, innit? It's nice to have people to talk to. And like, I come from a small town and there's really hardly any. I know like a couple of animators that live here. No coders. So it's nice to meet people. It took an hour in the knee. Yeah. I've been wanting to go and play Skyrim again, you know. I've been playing the Oblivion remaster or remake or whatever it is. It's good, but it's not as good as Skyrim. It makes me want to go and play Skyrim. Dev community on Twitch is amazing. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. I've been streaming for about a year. I think pretty much a year. Like I started February last year. And it's been really good. Really liked it. Morrowind is better. I did play Morrowind when it actually first came out. But don't remember anything about it at all. Apart from I remember enjoying it. I wonder if they'll do a Morrowind remake. Let's do a more complicated one now. Let's take 2 items. And then if we do a reset, that should go back up to 5. Which it does. Let's take 2 items again. And then let's move that over there and see what happens. Puts 2 back there. Then you can just put them together like that. Athana, how's it going? I do enjoy C#, just haven't really used it since last Unity in 2018. Yeah. Have an unhealthy obsession with C. Ah, yeah, so you're going a bit more low level then, yeah. That's good as well. Which overlay? Oh, the chat overlay. I've just been messing with it this morning, so it's probably completely broken. Thank you. Really fast scroll. Yeah, it's a little bit flaky. I might just turn it off because most people, you know, I suppose it's useful for VODs that are off Twitch. Most people just have the chat window open, don't they, anyway? Yeah. Currently after 5 AM here. Been awake all night, oh man. 11 in the morning here, 11:30 in the morning. What do I use for the overlay? I'm using Streamlabs. You have to bear with me, I'm absolutely rubbish at all this stuff. I'm using Streamlabs and Streamlabs has a chat box. That's it. But sometimes it does freeze, you know. Hasn't done it for a couple of weeks. Don't go back to work until Friday. Yeah. I used to do all-night coding sessions. I used to really like it. I was a real night owl back in my 20s. Can't do it anymore because I need more sleep, I think. I can't function. I couldn't code, you know. I'd be too tired. So what happens if you put... Yeah, if you just put 2 in, and then you move that over there, and then you move that there, So that's where it wants to put 2 back. It put it there. That's interesting. Oh no, it put it... They're the same... Ooh, is that a bug? Hang on. Let me just do that again. Can I return my own overlay? Yeah? I haven't been in my 20s in years. And I'm still finding myself to be awake close to 24 hours. Yeah. It's just what happened to me. Like, I had a kid, and then obviously you can't... you're up at very early when they're a baby and a toddler and that. You're up at like 5, 6 in the morning anyway. And then as she grew up, stayed like that, I suppose. Chat.nice. What I might do, Athana, I might do it off stream because it wanted me to give you more details. But yeah, I'll do it off stream. I'll have a look. Thanks very much, sir. Okay. So I've got apple spark and pumpkin spark. That's what I was getting. So we're going to put 2 into there. And then we're going to do this and going to do this. So where's this 2 apple spark going to end up? There. That's what you would expect. That's great. I think what it does is if you don't specify a desk slot, it looks to find if there are any types of item already in the bag, and then it just adds to that. I think that's what it does. Some are not stackable, so these data cards are not stackable. So it couldn't do that with data cards, but it can with the apple sparks. I haven't been in my 20s in a long time either. I haven't been in my 20s in 20 years. I'm twice that age. It's also fully... Yeah, it's okay, I think. I just don't want to change... While I'm streaming, I don't want to change anything. Because it'll take me ages to fix anything like that. I'm just rubbish at all that stuff. I'm okay at C++, and that's about it, really. I suppose there's a big difference between, like, IT stuff, messing with the actual physical computers themselves, and, like, settings in the operating system, and then just sitting down and writing C++. I'm rubbish at doing the IT stuff. So we could do something like this, right? You could go take one of them, and then I could remove all of these. And then I could go back to the hero and put them all in the hero. Like, this is obviously extreme. Don't know why the player would do this, but they could, in theory, do this. So now what happens when I click reset? The whole thing will fail because there's no slot. So it needs to, like, go put it in the stash, really. That would be the next thing it should do. Random bursts of energy at random times. I used to love working at night because it's so peaceful. There's no, like, buses going by the house and everyone else is in bed. And you just sat with your music and getting in the zone. That's what I used to like. Hopefully I will go back to that because I used to like that. What's easy what I used to, yeah. Circadian rhythm, yeah. I don't know, is a circadian rhythm meant to be tied to the day-night cycle? I'm not sure. Or it's just your own personal rhythm. What you like. I'm not sure. I actually sleep most of the time. I need sleep. Especially trying to code. If I try and code tired, I just end up writing rubbish stuff. Internal 24-hour clock regulates sleep, work cycle, hormone release, digestion. Oh, so it's loads of stuff then, isn't it? Response to light and darkness. So the natural. Right, so it is kind of tied to the day-night cycle, but you might be able to trick it if you have a really bright house at night time. Maybe. So if I click reset now, they're both going to fail. So that's going to fail. That worked. Okay, what did it do? Oh, it just put it... Okay. It put it back on the stack of stuff. So I need... to test this, I need another data card in the actual heroes inventory. Used to do 12-hour night shifts. Sometimes I'd be able to stay awake the whole time, yeah. Yeah, I have friends who do night shifts. I could never do that. I wouldn't be functioning human. Yeah, that was able to work because it stacked it on top. It was a stackable item. I need to put another data card in the player's inventory. I need to remember how to do that. I haven't done that for absolutely ages. Entity state controller. Where's all the stuff about the entity instance? Entity state types. Here we go. So I'll put 3 data cards in the bag. Code works and I have no idea why. Code doesn't work. What I do is I'll write and I'll think, oh, that's great. And then I'll come back to it with a fresh head and I'll be like, no, that's absolutely awful. What were we thinking? And then rewrite it all. Okay, so we've got 3 data cards now. So the idea is put 1 in there, and then for some reason the player wants to do this. Now what happens? Because this is not stackable. So it couldn't put it on top of another temporary data card. This just basically can't work. So that fails. The whole thing fails. Null opt at the end there. So then now we need to start from. We need to try and put it in the stash. The best debugger is a good night's sleep. Yeah, I can resonate. The best debugger is a walk around the block. I've found in my time. You can be stuck for something for ages, and then stuck on something for ages, and you go for a walk, and within like 2 minutes, you've figured it out. Always been a night owl. I've preferred the night. Don't like people. So if I could, I would rather work either. Yeah, cool, yeah. Walk or a shower, yeah, definitely, yeah. Staring at the screen for hours is just not the way. But also your brain's like, no, I must fix it now. So it's actually quite hard to break away. Even though it's going to be faster to fix it having a break. Yeah. Right. So how do I get the stash? If I go to just somewhere where I'm drawing the party bags, it's the party system. Remember that. G systems, party system, get bags. So we want to do auto party bags. G systems, get party system. Get bags. Now I need to figure out which one's the stash. Yeah, nice one. Godfather. See you in a bit. Okay, so what I'm going to do is do this first. Temporarily do this first. So this is kind of temp code, this. Just so I don't have to keep changing, setting up the situation where it will appear, where we need to do this. We'll just do it first. So this, here we go. So the first one is always going to be the stash. I'm not sure I want to guarantee that, because I have a feeling that I might want to put the stash somewhere else eventually, rather than on a tab. So we just do inventory item system get stash ID. So what I might do is just record that. So first we'll try the stash. Is the party bags find stash ID. Or do we want to do this for auto bag in party bags? If bag ID is the stash ID, we'll continue because we're going to do the stash here. So we will go we want to put it into the stash. So if auto stash G controllers get inventory bag for the stash. To be fair, we're always going to have a stash, so let's just assume that that's true. We want to actually claim from this, like this. So this should put it in the stash. We'll just if0 this away. So the idea is that we just set up a situation where if I press reset, it goes into the stash now. The party bags are going to need a layer. So the stash, we get it, we claim it, and that did work. So now if we look in the stash, it's there. So we don't want to. We don't want. We don't want to test the source bag ID as well. Source bag ID is the player's inventory bag, the hero's bag. We don't test that because this is assumed that that's failed. So if there's that, then we can do this. But we're going to go into the other bag. So if we can't put it into the stash, we put it into the other bag, another bag. So what I might do is this. I'll stop this being temporary code. If not result is this. If not result again, then we do that. And then we're going to go BM assert result. Like, I think. Check that builds mathematically. So if you, there's always going to be a slot free mathematically because we've pulled it from a slot. We've got unfortunately a some kind of that's okay. Got some kind of bracket problem. Not result. I mean, what do we want to do here? But if it does, so this is what's going to happen. It's going to go for every record. And then it's going to try first to put it back where it came from. If that doesn't work, it's going to try and put it back into just an empty slot in the hero's bag. If that doesn't work, it's going to put it into the stash. If that doesn't work, it's going to go through all the party bags. We've already tried the hero. We've already tried the stash, that failed. We've already tried the hero, that failed. So we're going to get the other party members' bags and put it in there. And that should always work because, like I say, we're always dragging something out of a bag and then rearranging the bags, so there should always be a space. Okay. So first off, straight back where it came from. That works. Second off, into... Can't go there anymore. So it has to go here. That worked. Third off, for some reason the player does this. And fills them all up. And then he presses reset. And it goes into the stash. What was the fourth one? The stash is full. I mean, I'm not going to be able to make the stash full because I don't have enough items. So I might need a test. So if the stash is full, it does this one. Test when we have more items in the game. Bag. Game. If this doesn't work, we need to basically... This should always work. If it doesn't work, we need to do a... we could pop up a modal dialogue saying it failed, but the problem is this also happens just when you close the shop. So if you do this, and then we just close the shop. Oh, it didn't work. It should happen when you close the shop. Let's see what happens. It should just reset. Okay, closing the shop doesn't actually call reset then. On exit, shop menu. On exit, this needs to call reset. Just make me a little bit smaller. Clip in the chat box. It's either that or it stopped working. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to turn it off. No, hang on. Let's refresh it. I'm going to turn it off. The chat box was clipping it. On the bottom. Oh, it comes in at the top. That's weird. I need to figure that out. I thought I was clipping it on the bottom, but it wasn't. It scrolls off the bottom. And chat's coming at the top. Okay, so if I do this, and then I close the menu, we're in reset land now. So that should just reset. So if you do this, do that, go back, it's just there again. That's what we want. We also want to do check the buy. Oh, there's a bug there that I need to fix. For some reason, if you go into the first slot in the buy menu, everything breaks. Okay, good. So we'll do this, we'll do this. there should always be a free slot. I'm thinking of well as doing this and then clicking reset. We'll have a situation where it puts this into the player's inventory if it fails to put it back, but it should always be able to put it back. But we might just actually make sure that doesn't happen. So if the source bag ID is equal to the ID is equal to the buy bag ID, continue, meaning we don't go through all this stuff. So let's just check that. If we're just resetting the stuff with the buy bag. So if we do this and then we reset, yeah, we'll go to the next record. Cool. I mean, that should not happen because there's always going to be a free slot, but we'll guard against it anyway. Right, now I need to fix that bug. Why? It's a claim that's not working, or something's not working. So the bug is, if we just pull into the first buy slot, everything stops. Like I stop receiving input and everything. Can't press any button. That works. But nothing to do with buttons on, like mouse buttons work. And then that item's just gone into the ether. So, MUI canvas. So this inventory bag, inventory exchange, it's either, it might be here or it might be, this is the grid renderer. This renders the items in a grid. It might be in the list. No, it's here. So this fails. So it's meant to pop a modal. Maybe that's what's happening. The modal is not firing. Yeah, we're meant to be seeing a modal now. Ah, okay. Does this work then if the quantity is 1? Does it still break? Got anything? We don't have anything with 1. Can do this temporarily. Can do this. No, that still breaks even if there's 1. Do I have any automated tests? So the support library for the engine, so it has things like memory management and image compression and all the stuff that's not really directly related to game engines but is useful. That has a few tests. I wrote a few tests when I wrote that library. But, you know, I haven't used it for... I haven't used the tests for a few years, a couple of years. But as I was writing the library, I had some automated tests, just like image conversion tests, converting from one format to another, stuff like that. But not actually in the game, no. Test the inventory automatically. Yeah, could do something like that. It's going to be such a used part of the game that any bugs should make themselves clear anyway, I would say. What I'll probably do is, if we get off the menus, say, oh, that's finished, and then bugs keep popping up with the menus afterwards, I'll probably do something like that then. If it becomes an actual buggy system, do something like that. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah. Woot Dragon, how's it going? I'm Spartacus. Sturdy Pose, how's it going? Is that emote there from the Tangy TD? From the Cakes, streamer Cakes. He's a good streamer. He's about to release his game. So the different... Don't know what that is then. So the Dest bag ID, that's who we're going into, is the Exchange's source bag ID. Or one, sorry, yeah. So this fails. Ah, yeah, cool. Sturdy Pose. Yeah, he's about to release. Exciting. Makes new. It's doing everything it should be doing. Oh, that worked. What? Took him just over 4 years. Yeah, he wrote his own engine, didn't he? Yeah, I remember him saying 2 years on the engine, 2 years on the game. Hoping it goes well. Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy it. I'll play the demo. Like, tower defense is not really my thing, but I'll definitely support him. He wrote a Vulkan render at first, then moved to OpenGL, then to DirectX. Alright, okay, so he did all of them. Wow. He should have stayed with OpenGL, probably, yeah. Wow. And Vulkan at first. Blooming heck. Like, jumped in the deep end. So now it didn't work. This is a really weird bug, this. Okay, what did the claim return? Cake77, check him out on Twitch. Yeah. WebGL supremacy. Awesome. And you did it all He's got a new baby, Andy. I think I've seen on his stream. So he did it all with blooming no sleep. And that is amazing. To do it with no sleep like that. So this is returning null opt, which is not correct. What is null opt about this? Nothing. Why is it returning null opt sometimes? So that worked. Got a bit of an ego. Right, I've seen a couple. I like him. He's just got a high brick wall in front of him to obviously have, you know, insults online. I think that's probably what it is. It's probably a good defense that he has, which you need to have if you're as popular as he is. Land on DirectX. Yeah, interesting. Would be interesting. So he did OpenGL and then decided that that wasn't for him and moved to DirectX. Maybe he was looking for just something a little bit more control, like not as much as Vulkan. Because I think he's using DirectX 11, isn't he? Not as much control as Vulkan, but a bit more control than OpenGL, maybe. So we have null opt. Why is this null opt? If I step through this code, it's not null opt. I hate bugs like this. It means kind of maybe some kind of timing bug. So if I just step over this code, it's null opt. And if I step into this code, step through it all. Oh. No amount. Okay, good, that's fine. Here we go. He moved from Vulkan because it was very detailed and moved to from OpenGL because when he shipped the game, he wasn't getting GL reports back. When he shipped the game, he wasn't getting GL reports back, but it was just a bad setup in his pipeline. Oh, right, okay. Oh, for bit, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Here we go, there's no amount. Source items.count. Source items. Source slot is not there. I think he's using DX11. Yeah, DX11's really good. It's really, really good. It's probably for an indie better. It's definitely better than DirectX 12 for an indie. DX12 if you're trying to do AAA stuff. If you really, really need a very flexible renderer. So the source bag ID is Tim Appleton's bag. The only reason I prefer DirectX is because it's native to Windows. Yeah. I don't really have an opinion on like Vulkan. I've only done a little bit of Vulkan in my time. I'm sure I do DirectX 12 here, and it's quite a lot, but I think Vulkan's pretty similar, isn't it? So this is Tim Appleton's bag. Okay. Okay, well, what's causing that then? That's interesting. Everywhere. Yeah. OpenGL is easy to pick up. Yeah. Still like the style of GL render and math. Yeah. So is it saying what it's saying is that there's nothing in this slot. That is the bug. For some reason there's nothing in this slot. So we've got Cosmic Sludge, Appleseed, Pumpkin Seed, and then a data card. When we do this, the source slots, there isn't anything there. It's been removed. Okay, I don't know what that's all about. So let's go to the list exchange inventory one. Yeah, you like the immediate mode stuff, Woot Dragon, where it's just like do this, do this, do this, do this, and there's no state in between calls. Some people do like that. How UV cores and texture cores are upside down by default. Are they really? Interesting. Okay. Well, this definitely puts it in. You can see it. Didn't put it in. Favorite renderer DX9. Do you watch the guy who I've said it on stream before? He's a very successful indie developer called I always forget his name though. He did Democracy, game Democracy, and he's DirectX 9. Let me find him. Portis Tech. So this guy has a YouTube. Manbjerg, morning. This guy has a YouTube where it actually shows you all his code for his new game. And he's DirectX 9. And he sold millions of copies of his games. So it's still very valid, very viable for an indie. Hope you're alright, Fanbjerg. So the desk bag doesn't get added in for some reason. Right, there's an ad coming and I need coffee and I need to go to the toilet, so I'll be back. Runs like on every piece, yeah. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll run an ad because I'm not even at the computer and it gets the ad out of the way. DX runtime from June 2010. Wow. Alright, I need to pay attention to what I'm doing to solve this. I think it's because the actual bug is when we place it into here. This is not working. So the destination bag, that's the bag we want it to be placed into. It doesn't have it in there. So we want to put it in slot index 3. which is this bag. The sauce bag is Sven's bag. Okay, what item are we going to put in there? A data card. We'll put in a data card from the hero. Auto source bag G controllers. Here. I believe this is not option. This is a. Hang on. Yeah, let me just check. Oh, it's optional. Yeah, it's optional, so it's not actually a. That's okay. So it's like a wrapped reference, that. Yeah, thanks very much, Sturdy Pose. Much appreciated. I'm not like firing on all cylinders today, so any help is appreciated. It's a data card from Hero. So Hero. It's his first data card. This is the item we want to transfer. ID 1. Data card. Death slot index is 3. Slots. So it's in this. This is slots, so 3. So we're going to put in a new inventory slot. Inventory items slot. Data card. Data card. Get a reference to it. So make the result. We remove it. We've added it in. ID 1. We're removing the source slot because there's nothing left in it now. We're emptying the slot. Then we're going to send it the event. The ID is 0. That's probably what it is. Okay. Giving slots IDs is kind of new. Here we go. I think I need to change this. We're passing the ID. Because this is going to be a problem. The problem is you don't want to pass in the same ID. Okay, we're going to go owner bag ID, owner slot index. Yeah, it's not. The problem is it shouldn't know that. It shouldn't care what slot it's in. Don't like that, really. And then we can say ID is #64 of the owner bag ID and the slot index. Owner slot index. Yeah, I don't really like that, to be honest. Discard. Oh, is it doing the age verification stuff? Right, what's going on here? Where are we here? I'm in the game save. Okay, so this needs to. Oh, we don't have bag ID and slot index. So that is data, bag ID, data, slot index. That's okay. That's lucky that we have that information right there. ID, test slot index. So it's meant. I thought it's only meant to be from people from the UK. It's been a big thing with the UK. This. I've had to verify that I'm an adult even on the Xbox. I didn't know. Like, are you? I don't think. Are you guys in the UK? It's been rolled out everywhere, so they're just doing it. That's insane, isn't it? That's ID. That is totally crazy. I can't do that. So this would be slots count. think it's kind of. I think it's people who don't know about tech trying to like implement tech stuff, tech law, because all this can just be bypassed with a VPN. You know. I mean, if they're rolling it out worldwide, then it can't. But a lot of these websites would be like, so say like Facebook. You could just pretend you're coming in from America or something, and then it wouldn't need you to do the ID stuff. So it doesn't actually one of those things that doesn't actually work in reality. Seems like a good idea, but it doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, probably. I have no idea how it would be able to tell the difference between a picture of a face or a picture of a face. See, the way I would have done it would be you register your ID with your browser, because you have your account on your browser, and then you just register it with your browser, and then the browser knows you're an adult. So if you're wanting to go to Facebook, or you're wanting to go to Reddit or whatever, there's just better ways to implement it than like every single social media platform doing it themselves. There's and then it could stay on your computer then, the registration. The verification could be done on your computer. It doesn't have to go up to the cloud. If you have a very young face but you're an adult, yeah. Kids will be able to get past it. They'll be able to get past it. I think it is more about control, to be fair. They're saying it's in the name of protecting children, but there are far better ways to do it than what they are doing. You don't need to gather every single adult's ID to do that. But they are, of course, gathering it because that's what they want. They want the ID, really. They don't want to protect children. Okay, so now when we make a new slot, it does have an ID. That might be all it was. Let's see. No, it's not. Well, I think they're pushing ahead in the UK with banning social media for under 16s. Anyway, out there, that's what they're trying to do. Well, this is another problem with Dragon, is that nobody really trusts the people who hold this information to hold it well. So we do have a slot ID now, 7994. It's got an item. We'll have to put the item in it. Got one data card in it. ID of 3. Oh, this one is failing. Oh, we're coming here. Maybe we're running it 2 times. Kids shouldn't be on social media, no. But it includes YouTube. You know. I think they need to know. They need to know about it over and learn about it over a number of years before they kind of like let out into the world with it. Because if one day you can just use it and you've had no experience of it at all, it's going to be devastating. So they need some light version somehow, so they can learn about it and learn that you got to kind of grow a thick skin and stuff like that. Yeah, crazy. So we're in the list tab renderer here, exchange inventory. Are we going to also end up in the grid one? Or maybe that's it, maybe it's calling it 2 times. Okay. Unicorn Jenny, alright. People know the world algorithm, but very few actually know how it affects. Oh, yeah, thinking and attention. Yeah. No, parents shouldn't do that. It shouldn't be like, because it's kind of like the Wild West, really. It needs to be introduced kind of over a number of years to them. They need to be able to have a very locked down version that gets slowly unlocked. It's like drinking, you know. It's like if you just suddenly give kids the ability to drink as soon as they turn 18, they go out and they get smashed, which is not a good thing. I mean, also each kid's different. You don't know what, you know, it has to be, the parent knows the kid in theory. People here quitting drinking at 18, yeah. It is actually happening here as well. The kids don't drink anymore. It's probably because it's like £7 to get a pint of beer. So it's just like, what kids gonna spend the money on that? Yeah, mental. I think it's because it's firing twice. I think this is it. That's the list one. And then when we do this... Oh, is it firing because there's a thing here. There's this box is scrolled there. It's firing that, I think. Let's just... Oh, that's it, look. That's the bug. It's putting it... So I bet what's happening is... it's firing it 2 times. Oh, blooming heck. Right, okay. That is actually a bit more of a UI bug. Okay, need to fix that then. Nan code, how's it going? 1892. I'm a vampire, actually. Yeah. How's it going up here? Alright. Just found the source of a bug that was confusing the bejesus out of me. So for some reason, if you just go into that slot there, so that slot's fine. if you go into that slot, all mouse input, button input is gone. But what's happening is, well, I can't show you because all mouse input is gone. There's a bug in the UI. I'm clicking through the UI there. So if you look, if I do this, I do that, look how it empty slot lights up. And that's causing a problem. Alright, fix that. Let's fix that. How am I going to do that? It's here. But it's wherever whoever calls this exchange inventory. Not that one though. Let's just take them breakpoints away. A little bit about my background. So I've been coding since 1892, and then I was a vampire. I was bitten and I turned into a vampire, but I kept coding. No, I'm only joking. So I've been coding for a long time. So I'm 40 now, and I started coding when I was about 10 or 11. I'm making an engine, really. This is the level editor for the engine. And you know, it allows you to just move stuff about. It's kind of a quest-based, dialogue-based, for quest-based, dialogue-based games, really. So I'm gonna make a sci-fi gardening game, which is like kind of like you're on a massive space station, like millions of people, and you're just responsible for like making it look nice, I suppose. So you do quests for NPCs, go down to little planets to retrieve things and stuff like that. Yeah, I did briefly work at Lionhead Studios a long time ago. Not for very long though. I've never really been in the industry really. I did try and then realised that coding with that kind of, in that kind of environment's not really for me. It's more of a creative thing. Peter Molyneux, yeah. Oh yeah. Peter Montague. So what I'm doing right now is the shop menu for it. I just finished the chest menu and then all like the pause menu and stuff. So what I'm going to do, I've just got to like fix this bug really. But yeah, like you can do like all sorts of things. So the engine does dialogue trees, and it's like events based. So you can attach events to basically anything. So I can attach an event to some dialogue. I can attach events to like these triggers. Anything you want really. And that just fires events into the world, like do this, do that. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Peter Molyneux, he's actually still in game development. I believe. Just not for Microsoft. But the engine can do all sorts, you know, it's got like a cutscene editor, quest editor. Can do things like these brains, which are like behavior trees. So this is like a behavior tree for some combat. So you can attach these to NPCs and then you follow these for their behavior state. Did I work on the Fable games? I was there when like Fable 3 was in development. They just finished Fable 2. But I worked on the engine. So I didn't really directly work on the games. I was a graphics coder there. But I didn't work there for very long. I worked there for like a summer, I would say. It's a long time ago. I can't exactly remember how long. But quickly realised that I needed coding more for a hobby than a job. I did see the Fable 3 development, yeah. I was there at the same time. I was on the engine though, so I wasn't actually making the game. I was making the tools for the game. There was 2 or 3 games in development there. So they didn't show you how they used it. The engine. It was used. But it was like. So the way they had it was. The technology department, I suppose. It would make like. General tools. Like I did a lot of work on like. Blurs and post processing but I didn't put it into any games or anything. Like the artists would do that. Alright. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the new Fable's going to be like. I did shaders mostly. Wrote shaders. Mostly. A little bit of C++ as well. That was DirectX 9, Root Dragon. That was. On the 360. I think I would have enjoyed it more if I'd have gone into more like a systems programming role rather than a graphics programming role. Because I like doing graphics, but it's not as good as building big systems out. Yeah, I want to play the new Fable. Yeah, it was long. It was in 2009, I think, 2008. And then the studio got closed a few years later. I think in the teens, was it 2014? Okay. Let's do work. I don't know how many employees they had. It was a whole big building. 2 or 3 floors. So it's quite a lot. It was in the hundreds for sure. So in the list renderer, why is this getting called then? So we need to basically do so what is doing this? Can't remember how this works. This switching is old code. Switching between inventory bags What sets this inventory item exchange? I'm just going to turn this chat box off because it's been freezing all morning. Okay, we'll break. Go through all of the STL stuff there. Okay. Set inventory item exchange. Okay. Window has drag is focused. Windows has drag. And the canvas. Oh man. How do I do this? Team of applying Lionhead. Oh really? Oh yeah. Yeah, I loved them. I love the Fable games. This is complicated. So it looks like it gets set as soon as we drag. With this, Windows has drag. Window has drag. So then we do an end frame. So okay, where we're setting the dest slot index here, just up. So it might be here. You need to find the right place in code to not set the dest slot index if we're not even inside the canvas. So that it's there. Let me say, and canvas and can we see if the mouse is in here? Has cursor. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. That's if this canvas that we're currently going to drag the thing into has to have the cursor, meaning the cursor has to be inside of it. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. So if we do that now, oh, that seems good. I think that's fixed it. Thank goodness. Ugh. Just that one line of code there. I've not written many lines of code today. I had the arena in that game. Oh yeah, I've just been playing through the Oblivion, like I said, and they've got an arena in that as well, haven't they? Which is really good. Fast forward in 2026, I know. That was a big bug to fix. I've known that bug's been there for a couple of days. Okay, now we can just check. We'll take one and we'll reset, and that should go back in there. Which it does. We do this, and then we put that in there, and we reset. That should go back in there. Cool. Okay, so the next thing to do is we shouldn't be able to just directly put items into our stash or from the shop. It needs to go it needs to basically only be able to go in there. So we have this thing called ignored bags, which does that, which allows you to ignore bags, i.e. bags that you don't want to put items into. Playing the new Oblivion, yeah, I am. Bethesda Todd Howard, yeah. Well, I don't think Todd Howard had much to do with this remake. But yeah, I'm playing it, yeah. Right. So how do we want to do this? So this is the last kind of tricky thing. So what we need to do is basically we need to what do we need to do? We need to set something on the renderer. Probably just here. So we're going to do ignored bags. Well, we won't do the switchable one first because that's more complicated. We'll do the grid first. Ignored bag IDs. Then we'll do we might make it a span. Yeah, I'm enjoying Oblivion. there are a few really annoying things, like nothing to do with the original game. Like, it is pretty crashy, and it can take like 5 seconds to open a game menu. You've been running the game for a while, which is really annoying when you're constantly opening the map and you've got to wait a few seconds. And then there's a stutter after a quick saving. That's the main that's an annoying thing. That the game's good. Yeah, I've played Skyrim. Yeah, Skyrim's one of my favourites. So maybe we won't do ignored, we'll do accepted. Well, let's do dest bag. Not have an array at all. So dest bag ID. Then we don't have to actually do any allocation or anything. And then we could change. Okay, so that would. Then we could change it from ignored bags to just the bag that we're allowed to put things into, rather than the bags that we're not allowed to put things into. So this would be the buy bag ID. Okay, we won't do the switchable one yet. We'll do. So it's probably here. Like that. So we're allowed to put things in the sell bag ID. And that's it. Okay. Let's just fix any bugs, any errors. Where are we here? Chest menu. Put 0. Now, what we need to do is make this actually optional. I think that's what we need to do. I'll take that away for now. Yeah, just bear with me while I figure out the API for this. So that this itself needs to be optional. Do I want to know a secret? I'm not sure about that. So this doesn't. It's here. I don't think we need to be worried about that. I've been playing a game recently as well. It's called Hogwarts Legacy. Oh yeah. My wife absolutely loves that. She played it to like 96% completion and then has just started again. Okay. So we're actually specifying now in the renderer itself the destination bag. That's the bag that we want to be dragging things into. We do something called draw inventory bag grid. With a lot of stuff optional. Let's see where this is being called. Quite a few places. A lot of this is if zeroed away though. No, it's not. So the inventory item exchange has this thing called ignored bags. We're just adding them separately. So I think we'll remove this. And what we will do is we'll do accepted bags. We'll swap it round. How you spell accepted? Nope. Yeah, it's a good game. It is a good game. Definitely. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Awesome. So we're going to have accepted bags instead. So this returns the exchange, potentially. Get inventory item exchange. So can I do this? If auto exchange canvas get inventory item exchange accepted bags dot add bag ID exchange accepted bags dot add dest bag ID. Something like that. It'll be something like that. So we're going to go, if there's a desk bag ID, we do that. I think that's what we're going to do. If there's not a desk bag ID, we're just accepting it in all bags by default. Okay, so let's just put a breakpoint. Okay, so we've added the accepted bags. So I'm actually drawing the grid now. Where was it? So this is canvas, this is has cursor. Here we go. If it's ignored bags. So we were going to remove this. We were going to remove it. Could do both. So what we're saying is, if ignored bags, we'll just draw a red outline. Else, if inventory item exchange, accepted bags count, and inventory item exchange, accepted bags contains bag get ID. If not that, we do the red outline. Okay, let's see. So in theory, that means we cannot drag from the player's inventory into the buy box. We can drag it into the sell box. So that's fine. That's red. Meaning no, basically. But that's fine. But we can still drag it directly into here, which we don't want. So we just need this to be on the draw list version of this. Draw inventory bag list. Okay. There's such thing as box 1, icon bounds. So that means we cannot drag into there, which is good. We cannot drag into there, which is good. Can only drag into there. Can we go from there to there? No. Can we drag into that we can't drag into there. Okay, what's this one then? This is grid. Oh, because we need to shop menu, draw widgets. So the switchable also needs the desk bag ID as well. Basically the same. The switchable one is the one that allows me to switch between list mode and grid mode. Should probably rename this source bag ID as well. Did we make it optional? I think we did. We made it optional. So we need to do that here as well. It's not quite that. Optional. The Ginger Dev. How's it going? Hey there, how's it going? Oh, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Hope you're alright. Okay, that's actually here though. I like your username. What am I working on? Shop menu. I'll show you. If it builds, I'm just changing it, the API a little bit. So this is the shop menu. So I'm particularly working on. So what you do is you like drag in here, and then you can sell. That doesn't work, 'cause that's what I'm working on right now. You drag a buy into there, and then you click trade, or you click reset. So that's what I'm working on right now. What I'm working on the dragging bit. So what I want is to not be able to drag into the buy, basically, because you don't want to buy from yourself, and that works. Hit the dragging mechanic. Yeah, I was thinking also to have a click as well. I'm not sure where to put it though. Currently click doesn't do anything, so it could be a click. My concern is like it would be fine here. You would click and it would go into the cell. But if you look at the chest, if I was to click to get something out of a chest, you would have to I'd have to auto scroll or something. I'd have to do like an animation, otherwise it would just disappear. It would be put in here into the wooden crate. So yeah, maybe think about that. Oh, thanks for liking the UI design there. Currently live yourself? Alright, cool. Working on a mining mechanic where you mine giant duck-shaped rock. That's awesome. I've been working on the engine. 2.5 years, something like that. So, you know, it's got, so this is obviously the game bit, but it's got like a level editor and stuff. You can like move stuff about, add stuff in, and like dialogue trees. Stuff like that, cutscene editor. Do I ever want to build my own custom engine? Yeah. Working on All Hail Orb on Steam. Ah, right, cool. Yeah, I mean, if your goal's to make games, you're not bothered about the game tech, then it wouldn't be worth it, I don't think. If you just want it, it'll just get in the way of making games. But if you like it, making the technology as well, it's nice, it's good. Yeah, if I was to do something like the clicking, it would be okay here to have a click, because it would just drop into there and you'd be able to see it. It's just a chest. It wouldn't work really. I'd need to code some kind of animation. Some auto scroll thing. Which I could do. Unity the last 10 years. Oh yeah, cool. 2,600 wish lists. Oh, nice one. So when are you looking to release? I'll check it out. What's it called? All Hail the Orb. Is this it? This is it. Is this it? The Ginger Dev, yeah, look at this. 16th of March, so you're nearly ready. Wow, how long have you been working on this one then? Only just finished demo content. Okay. Oh, you've got a demo. I'll get the demo. I'm not signed in on this computer though. But I'll get it on my laptop at home. Oh, this is your UI. Let's have a look. Looks really nice, man. Yeah. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, I'll get the demo. I'll try it tonight. Sounds grand. Have a guess how long that you've been working on it. You've been using Unity for 10 years. It's really hard for me to say because I don't really know Unity very well. 5 years? I don't know. That was just a complete guess. That's just halfway. 82 days. Wow, amazing. That's awesome. Have you done the art or just the coding bit? That's grand. That's really good. Use Claude to help out with the programming. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yeah, you've probably been working on the game. I mean, I've been working on, well, the menus alone have taken like a month on this, I would say. But that's like building out a lot of the basic UI as well. So if I was to do it, make a second menu system, it wouldn't take very long. Wouldn't take as long as that. Yeah, thanks, the Ginger Dev. Much appreciated. Still quite a lot to do, like, there's quite a lot of menus I was going through. I think there's about 6 more menus to do after this. And then I've got like the actual in-game menu as well, which is just the old prototype one. Okay, yeah, good luck. Great that you've got, so you got 2.6 thousand wish lists in 82 days. That's really good. Best of luck with it. Hope it does well. Yeah, cheers. See you later. All right. Okay, so we've got the wrong bag there. We're saying it can go into the cell. It needs to be going to the buy bag. The switchable one. That's game menus. So this would be, it has to go into the buy bag. And where are we? We're in the chest. That's the wrong place to do it. Shop menu, draw widgets. Buy bag ID. Okay, so this needs standard optional. This bug ID in here. We need to do if auto exchange, do it again here, canvas get inventory item exchange, accepted bags, add bag ID, exchange, accepted bags, add desk bag ID, if there's a desk bag ID. Okay. Get rid of these. Compile errors. And then I suppose there's a reset on here. We must move, we must get rid of the ignored bugs. We don't. Okay. Look. It's not, I don't think it's per. So it's the inventory item exchange stack. Yes, okay. So this needs to be exchange. Accepted bags empty. And then we need to add 2 more. I think that actually just needs to happen anyway. Oh no, can't do it like that. Let's just keep that for now. Alright, there we go. So for some reason, we're still allowed to put it directly into there. Okay. Sarin Britain, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Satin Britain. Much appreciated. So I wonder if this is actually add unique as well. Have to do the empty somewhere else. When we actually set it. So I don't know if this is going to work. Let's put a breakpoint here. Okay, so this... Okay. So it is an exchange, but the source bag ID has to equal the bag ID for that to happen. And again, it's same here as well. And then, okay, that's good. So it's red where we can't put it. That's it. That's perfect. It's saying we can't put it back in the thing. So I just think what we want to do is just not draw anything. What do we want to do? This is the line of code that draws that box. A red box there. I think it's just safest to just do nothing. Be there and there. And then on the list version, same, do nothing, do nothing. So basically, we get the white outline, and we get nothing anywhere else. It's just a white outline there. So that's drawing red. What is drawing that red box? Be the grid version. Is it here? It's saying it's not stackable. Possibly is. Because it's not stackable, you see, so you can't put one on top of the other. Like here, if we do take one, we put that back, it's stackable. But it's obviously doing it even if there's nothing in the slot. So it's if it has property not stackable and exchange, what is it, inventory item Item exchange. Desk slot index is not equal to S, I think. It's still red. Why is it still red? We could just say hey, that is correct. If it's not stackable, the desk slot index is not equal to S, which we're doing. Alright, well, let's just see what we have here. Then we'll have a quick break. I'm actually getting a bit cold, you know. It's very rare for this office. Desk slot index is null opt. Maybe it's just if there is a desk slot index. Yeah, I'm going to put my hoodie on. If this works, I'll have a quick break. Put my hoodie on. We'll get to it. Alright, there we go. Oh. Now that stops those from happening. Right. Quick break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okie dokes. So let's just change it to source. Slot index is not S. See if that works. There we go. Okay, so you can do this. You can do this. You can't put that into there. You can't put that into there. Reset should work. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. So we couldn't reset. Let's try and figure out what that is all about. That worked. That in there. Okay, that. So what's going on there? Oh, is it if we move a slot? If we move that slot. If you move it from into the same slot. I mean, it's same bag, different slot. Maybe that doesn't work with the reset. So if we do this, and then we do, the reset. There's 2 records. Okay. Record. We have to do it when we do this record by cell event. If we do this, this is where we're doing that. Where we're moving it across in the same bag. Okay. So we want to go if event if event this bag ID equals event source bag ID. We should have a record. We need to do this. We have to do record. See what happens like that. I think that's it. Just swap the slot over. So we do this, and then we do this, then we reset. This. We're just sort of swapping the slot over every single time. Reset. We do this, and we do this. We never get the modal here, so we can't break this item into this stack of items into two separate stacks. So that'll be fine. Okay, so we can go this, move that over there, take one of those, take one of those, take one of those, and then we can call reset. There we go. Great. Okay, so I'm going to check in. And then what I'm going to do now is I might do a little tidy up. Like this needs to be real. This is just hard-coded total 100G at the moment. So we might work on that next. This is going to be probably going to do some animations for this, I would say, if we can. So let's just tidy up a bit. So the shop menu itself has got stuff in it now. That we don't need. Exchange inventory. I don't think we need that. We don't need draw transaction, process transaction. Don't need any of that. Or all of any of those. Or any of that. Come on, Visual Studio. There we go. All that. Don't need that either. Okay, Brill. So in the draw widgets now, where we say we're just hard coding 100G, we just need to calculate the value from whatever in these bags, in the buy-sell bags, or the sell-buy bags. So this would be helpers, format temporary wide string, get total, basically, and get total is int get total. So let's just return 100 for now. And that gives us a place in the code to calculate the actual value of the transaction. So we'll start off with the sell. The sell is all the money that the player is going to get. So if auto bag equals G controllers get inventory controller from the sell bag. Get slots. So what do we have in slot? If IntelliSense would work. So we want the prefab for the slot. If slot say the slot type slot get type, we do have a get prefab, yeah, prefab. So prefab is like contains like the base item information in the slot rather than the actual items themselves, but you know how you make an item that's in that slot. So we would do result plus equals prefab value times slot get quantity. So we would want to actually apply modifiers as well. Here, if the player's got like some buffs or something, affect the value. Okay. So what is quantity? Size T. So we're going to go BM truncate to int. Okay, so it says 0. So if we wanted to sell a data card, it still says 0. It's not worth anything by the looks of it. That's interesting. Iron ingots are worth 7. Pumpkin seed, so we'll do tier 1. It says 7. Take another one. It says 14. Okay, cool. So rather than say total, it's going to say balance. Balance is 4 gold now. So we're going to call this get balance. This is the buy bag ID. And that's a negative. So this is minus 10G. I don't know if we want to do... I don't know how if we want to do minus numbers. Like the way to do it without minus numbers would be to say like... You know, the party receives 10 gold. The party spends 10 gold. So we might so here we might do get balance. And then we're going to say balance greater. Balance is less than or equal to 0. Balance times BM sine. Balance. And this would be Carry spell receive. Revive, receive. Receive. And that's just balance. Okay, cool. Hang on, this is completely wrong. If balance is less than or equal to 0, this is just a TW string. Str. Or balance str. Balance str is helpers format TW string spend G balance times BM sign balance, else balance str and this is just balance str. Okay. So spend 0 gold. So spend 30 gold. Do this. Apple sparks aren't worth anything. Let's give something that's worth something. Receive 2 gold. Spend 0 gold. I don't know. I don't know if I want that or not. Okay. So let's quickly... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Make the extra large. Oh, that is extra large anyway. I'm going to say how many zeros can we fit? Quite a lot. So I want to animate this. I think I was going to do it ticking up in value, but I think all I might do is just a quick swipe in from the left. So we'll do that. Oh no, how's it going? You can also do that where you go from 999 to 1k. Yeah, yeah. That will require a whole thing, won't it? A whole kind of like routine. So I would definitely do commas in between zeros, commas or dots. Yeah. Let's put the font back down again. Could be like ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens, thousands. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so it'd be like 999 thousands. It's also kind of nice to see big numbers as well. For a game, anyway. Obviously, you don't want that for like a YouTube video. Reviews on a YouTube video. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have to think about how I want to do that. Yeah, not sure what the right choice is either. Integer maximum and have that as the limit. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And do you want to kind of like limit the player's amount of money? Right now it is integer, so it would only be 2 billion, 2 point something billion per transaction. Right now. Whereas I'm pretty sure the actual quantity is U64. So in theory, you know, you've got like U64 worth of quantity of one. It means you'd only be able to sell a few of them at a time. Not a few of them, billions of them at a time, but you know, you could have 100 billion pumpkin seeds in theory. That would break the game. That would break the game if you tried to sell them all. It'd wrap. That's very end game stuff, though. Like, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to get that many. I'll do the little animation. We'll put a little note in. It's really more of a to-do actually than a note. It's a question. I don't have a question one. Okay, so the shop menu, we'll do the little animation, which is actually straightforward. He says it's very straightforward. So between F2, balance tween. On enter, we should technically do balance tween reset. And we should do balance tween tick. We'll just do it over 1 second. We'll put this in tweakers. We'll put a little runtime tool on the 1, and we'll be able to tween it when the game's running. So this would be balance tween to get I can't remember what it's called. Value ease out cubic. Put it on the alpha. And then hang on, let's just get it. And then we will do minus V times 16, maybe. 16 minus V times 16. And then we just want to do balance tween reset whenever we do a new record, I think. So whenever we're putting in that, wherever it is, a new record, which is like whenever we alter the balance, essentially, we'll just do balance tween reset. See what happens there. Okay. It's kind of slightly... This has to be 32. Slightly too far to the right there. It's going deliberately very slowly. To find something that, I mean, not worth 0. Okay. So we need basically 2 tweakers. Thana, yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a bit slow. It's too slow, but we need to know how far we want to start the tween. And how fast we want it to move. So in the shop menu, we will do balance tween offset. I said it was 16. Okay. So balance tween offset, balance tween tick rate. Just say rate. Yeah, cheers. It's been really useful actually. Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, and it's going to be good. It means, you know, players will be able to change the menu layouts and stuff if they really want to. Takis, my name. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Me, Takis. Takis is my name reel. Nice. So this would be what would it be? 16 plus tweaks offset. And then this, where's the rate? The rate would be here. What OS am I using? Windows 11. Windows 11. Time to vibe code. Yeah, enjoy. Great. Make it fast. Obviously, maybe we shouldn't do it if the actual transaction value is not going to change. Let's do 0.25. So we'll leave it at that for now, and then we can tune it later. I think what we should do is not, if the value is not going to change, we shouldn't reset the balance tween. This is where we're resetting it. So this, so what do we have here? We need to get the balance. Or we need to get the value of the item that is just changed. Just changed. So if it's like this one, just change bag. So it would be the desk bag ID, desk slot index. So G controllers get inventory bag controller for the desk bag ID. We do have get credit value for a slot. That's what we should use on the actual, because that do modifiers. Ah, yeah. Well, it does a decay thing. You put a little thing. So it should be get credit value. Let's just quickly do that because I'll forget. So that's on get balance. So this is slot. Get credit value. Is it not on a slot? What? How did it? Get credit value for what? The whole bag. So we need. Okay. We need to get credit value for a particular slot. Let's just go back. So we'll do that. We'll do that here. First, we'll just concentrate on what we were going to. Okay, it should be EVT desk slot index. Right, that's what it should be. We don't have that. Get credit value. Size T slot index. So S32 result. Return result. For auto I. So we're going get item, and then we're doing. I think we can just get the prefab for the slot. Oh, but we're saying that actually items themselves. So the value of an item. So the prefab is the base item, what the item is made from, but the value of the item itself can change. Starts off as the base value, but then you could buff an item, or an item could break a little bit and get worse. Get worth less. This is the better way to do it. If auto item. What's IIS? Inventory item system. If item I.get ID. We just say result plus equals item prefab value, and then this would be buffs modifiers. on item value. So now this is just 4s in slots. Result plus equals get credit value for the s. So now I've get credit value for a particular slot. Once we get rid of the compile errors. Let's just slot index. No. Slots. Slot index. Items. So we're saying if there's a value, then we reset the balance tween. Bamberg. All about them vibes. I wish vibe coding meant coding with a vibe. You know what I mean? Rather than having an AI connotation, because it's a cool term. Alright. And then balance. The balance now can be result. So what's this? Or we can just do the credit. Okay, so the result plus equals bag. Get credit value. But no slot. That makes that easier. And that's a result minus equals bag. Get credit value. Guys, it's nearly coffee time. So what we've done there is we've just made that the tween animation doesn't change if the value of the item that we want to buy or sell is 0. So if you put a 0, it did look a bit weird. Or is that just my eyes? I think that was just my eyes seeing things. Let's try that again. Without a stream of coffee and a stream of wee as well. From all the coffee. That just doesn't... Oh no, Apple Sparks aren't worth anything, apparently. They should be. 7 Gs. There we go. Receive 210 gold. I drink the decaf now. Because I drink so much of it. When I was younger, I could drink Diet Cokes and coffee. Code all day and all night. Now I don't sleep. No, I don't sleep, so it's decaf. So we're nearly there. We're nearly ready to press the trade button. It's only designed to be pressed once, this. So close, yeah. Okay. Oh, we need to do another thing. We don't have how much gold we've got and how much gold Tim Appleton's got either. So we're not quite ready to press the trade button. So I was thinking So the party itself is going to have a gold value. It's not going to be tied to the bag or anything, because that would be just too complicated. So I was thinking of putting it just here. And then Tim Appleton would be like here. It should be straightforward because we have a little bit of code which renders things here, I believe. Just have to work out how that works. So this draw title bar. So we've got get title bar bit width and draw title bar. We'll do the grid one. So it looks like this doesn't do anything with the renderer. It just uses the enum value. So the switchable has its own title bar, and then it needs to the switchable one's more complicated. That's the one where we can switch between grid mode and list mode, which is this one. We'll work on this one first. Which is the grid mode one. So we want to do get title bar width. And draw title bar. Those two. So let's just return height, and then we'll just do canvas, draw quad, outline, bounds one. Let's draw a red quad. What's it saying now? It did not override any base class. I spelled it wrong. What? This is const. Got about an hour and a bit left. Probably will finish. We probably will get to pressing the trade button. Alright, there it is. So what we would get, we would get, so we could, so this could be like how much gold the player has got. This could be the value of the stuff in the sell bag, the value of the stuff in the buy bag. That would require a little bit more logic. That would require a bit more logic. Because it's contextual there. It's not just the value of the bag. Well, this is the value of the... Okay, so I'm assuming we've got bag ID. So we could do... font. What would it be? Canvas, get SDF font. And then the font size is, we'll say, is extra small. And then we can do canvas, draw string, font size, center align text. We need the bag first. Get inventory bag controller for bag ID. If not bag, return. This would be helpers format TW string something G, and this would be bag get credit value. Let's say we have tweaks for this actually in the sub menu. So the tweaks, get tweaks, game sub menu tweaks. This would be tweaks dot find the right one. Item, this item text color current. Can't remember which one it is. Item list name, for color, back color. Draw item, what would it be? The list, and then the list does the info box, and then the info box does slot list states. Stat color, stat border color, that's what it is. Must be a different tweaks then. Must be in the item tweaks. stat color, tweaks, stat border color, position, bound center. Z is canvas, get Z order, get Z, easy layer, text, SDF. Okay, let's just see what that looks like. So this is the value of the bag. Which is kind of what we want for these two. So if we did like put 1 pumpkin seed, it's 2G. So I think we want center right align text as well. What is it? Box center right align text. This is Stra. The box is bounds. So that's kind of what we want for those bags. This one needs to be the actual player's cash, how much money they've got. So this can also use the tweaks for the animation. So this would be with alpha. Oh, it can't. We don't have the. No, it can't because we don't have the actual. We'll do that later. We will animate them as well. We don't have the shop menu here. That's the actual tween in it. Get rid of that with alpha. I've broken it. Where is it? Oh, we do need tweaks. Different tweaks though. Yeah, item tweaks. That's the one we want. Okay, so we need to know what amount of money we need to render here. So right now it's just doing bag get credit value. We can say if it's in the party. G systems get party system Get members. Get bags. Could have contains bag. Bag ID. So if the party contains the bag, then we'll go S32 value equals 0. So we value then we can say value equals G system. Well, what is it? G get credit controller. I can't remember how to get the amount of money for the player. I can't remember. Gameplay system. Is there anything? It should be like G systems get party system get credit value or something. Don't know. Right. Obviously that's not a real function. That's not a real function. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes, make a cup of coffee. It's coffee time. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So first I need to find out how to get the player's gold. How much gold the player has got. Game state. I might be able to find it from the save file. I'm sure I'm saving this. I must be saving it somewhere. All past all the quest stuff. I wonder if I am just getting the credit controller from... Okay, hang on. Energy state types. Credit control for hero. Set credits. 100. It's just for the hero. Maybe it's just the hero. I just can't remember how... how this was ever working. Credits set value. Okay, what I think I was doing was the player's money is the hero's money, because you're always going to be the hero's always going to be around. Are we saying credits anywhere else? Shops can have credit controllers. Game save credit controllers. Right, okay. So that is what I'm doing. Which makes it easy. That actually makes it easy. So we have to say if bag ID equals NPC's hero, then we just say the bag No. If we actually in the pack, yeah, then we get the value is G controllers get inventory bag controller NPC's hero. Get credit value. Okay. Okay, so we just need this pie system to contain bags. So bool contains bag. I could say contain. Because the thing is, this bag ID, it could be any kind of ID. So it should be contains ID really. Not just a bag ID. So return so I'm going to say if ID is equal to G systems G systems get inventory item system get stash ID, return true. And I want to go members where arg.mpc is equal to id. Size. Yeah, I can't have size. So it'd be members find first test arg.id or mpc equals id is set. So we're just testing whether the members NPC instance is equal to the ID. I think that's how it works. So members, party member has an NPC instance. Because members of parties are NPCs, so they can just be tested. So this would be contains ID. Or just contains, you know. Contains might be the best thing to call this. Rather than contains ID. We're saying if the party system contains the bag, meaning the bag is part of the party, we will get the NPC's, the hero's credit value. Otherwise, we'll just get the bag's credit value. That is the... No, it's not. It's the credit controller. Get credits. So I think rather than gold for the game, it's going to be credits. It's going to be like CR, because it's going to be sci-fi, not fantasy. There we go. 100. Got 100. So we need to do kind of need to do this here. Return font measure string. How does this work? Font size, width. There is no canvas. Ooh, right. This is just get game canvas. Okay, so that just sets the box to be the right width, which is kind of what we want. But we might put some padding on as well. Okay, cool. And we probably want to center a line. Right. So if we do, so that's those. We just need Tim Appleton's money now. So the list render is the same. It's just the same code. I'm just going to copy and paste it. That's a problem. There we go. Get title bar width. I'm not too bothered about code duplication right now. Raw title bar. Okay, so now we need to integrate it with the switchable one. So we need to find we need to do result is equal to the height. Return the result, and then we're going to do result plus equals renderer bag ID, test bag ID, get title bar width. Height. Don't know anything about state. We need the state. So what is this? Until true. So that's return true. Return false. Okay. So that should just... We need to draw it really. Let's do... Oh, we are drawing it. Okay, so we've put a little bit more space in there now for Tim Appleton's money. So this is switch bounds equals rect bounds.right minus height bounds.height, bounds.height, bounds.y, bounds.height, bounds.height. That's the switch bounds. So that this just, or the toggle bounds or whatever it's we call it. And what we want to do is you want to do canvas draw quad outline bounds 1 red. So this will just draw the full bounds. So we've got the switch button, which is gonna be an icon eventually. Need to get my drawing stuff sorted out, so I can start making the game art. Okay, so that's a switch bit, and then there's a little bit here for Tim Appleton's money. So I want to do this. And then renderer bounds is rect bounds.x bounds.y bounds.width minus switch bounds.width bounds.height. And now we can use this renderer. We can do renderer bag ID, dest bag ID, draw title bar, canvas, renderer bounds. Okay, see if that works. So if this works, we get I think the bag ID. I get money, but it's not Tim Appleton's money. We're actually, it's the value of this, which is not what we want. So else if auto shop equals G systems get shop system get credit controller for the shop kind, get shop, get current shop ID. How do we get the shop by ID? Get current shop ID, which we already have. How do we get the shop? Oh yeah, by ID. Bag ID. So if it's shop, the value is G controllers. No, is shop. Can we get the credit controller based on an ID? No. Get shop, get credits, which we don't have. Okay. S32 get credits. I don't know if I think this is const. So S32 result is 0. Return result if auto cc G controllers get credit controller for for the ID. Result is equal to CC get credits. So that is shop get credits. So we're saying if it's a shop, we get it, and then we call get credits on it. And that would be draw title bar. We'll put that there as well. So Tim Appleton has got no money. Is that true? I think that is actually quite true. Oh, it's not working. $274 Tim's Seedware. Okay, so that's not working. Game menus, shop, menu, draw widgets. Vendor bag ID. 274. So the renderer does have 274 as the bag ID, which was Tim Seedware's ID. $274. $274. Oh, wrong place. Get title bar width. Also need that there. Get title bar width for the list. Get title bar width for the grid. Poor Mr. Appleton, I know. Poor lad. I don't know if he's got money, actually. Shop get credits. Get credits. Got 0. He's not got any money. Right, you need to figure out how to do that. How do you give the shops money? We also want to associate his ID with a name like we've got here, just for better IntelliSense. Right, how do we give him money? Let's just check we are getting his money, the value of his money. Draw title bar, yeah, we are. So if he did have money, it would show. He doesn't have money. And that's what we've got to sort out with the trade. Obviously, if we do like, if we want to sell something to him and he doesn't have the money to buy it, it's not going to work. Right, how do I give a shop money? Open shop. Is this being called? Look, it does set credits. Tim Seedware. Shop initial credits. 100. So this is stocking up the shop. Shop initial credits. G controllers. Credit controller. 274. Credits. 0. Huh. So his set credits not work. Credits is 100. That's confusing. Now it's 0. I got some kind of weird memory clearing thing happening. Okay, so now it's 100. And then it goes to 0. Weird. So now it's 100. Let's just break and the value changes. Right, so we're creating so that creates a credit controller for that ID. It's not finding it again. Okay. So we set all the slots up. We create, but it should already have credit controller for 274. Yeah. That's weird. It's just... Oh, did it created it probably... Well, what did it do? Else, it actually overwrites it. Okay. It overwrites it. That's what's happening. So if you set the credits and then you do this, so really this shouldn't happen like this. We should create the bag and then we should go We should get the credit controller, and set the credits. That's what we should do. So this happens after a restock time. So this like refreshes the shop's credits every, I don't know, couple of days or whatever. So I saw an interesting thing with Oblivion, in that the shop doesn't have credits, it has max transaction value, which might be nicer. Might be nicer, easier for the player. There we go, he's got 100 credits. So like, rather than, because like his credits will deplete and then we won't be able to sell anything to him after that. But in Oblivion what they do is they say, well, he can buy things up to a maximum of 10 gold. Which means he never runs out of money, which is obviously done from a gameplay point of view. So I think on these ones we need to do the animation now. So what do we want to do? If we go back to where we are drawing them, draw title bar. This is temp, just so I can easily find it again. So this is the list title bar. It's the grid one. So do we have a state? To animate this, we need some state. We need to be able to persist it over multiple frames. Currently, these renderers are alive for like 1 frame at a time. Depends where I want to put that. So we could make some state based on the bag ID. And then we can store the tween in there. Let's do that then. So we could do use struct inventory bag tab renderer, which comes off tab page renderer, and then this could come off that. That could come off that, and then these could both inherit. This could actually do that because it's the same code. And then that goes there. That goes there. So we've only got the code in one place now, which is quite nice. Draw title bar. There you both go. Let's see if that still works. Yeah, so this needs stuff. This needs these as well. Does this need the inventory item exchange? Okay, now we need some constructors. So we'll do this, and we'll do these. And bag ID, title. Bag ID, this bag ID, this bag ID. And then these actually call the base one, which is inventory bag tab renderer, bag ID, this bag ID. Title. He's doing one more place. It's a problem here. Here, yeah. Okay. Title is not a base member because it's custom title. Right, let's just see if that works. And then we can give the inventory bag tab renderer some stateful things, and that'll be shared between the grid tab renderer and the list tab renderer. So it should be identical. It should just all work the same. Which it looks like it does. Okay. So let's do struct inventory bag tab renderer. Getting long names now. State tween F2. And in tween. I don't know what I'm going to call it. And then we want U64 ID. And then we want an operator for the other ID. Like that. And then we want a static inline array states. And then we want get state. It's going to go auto index plus states index of bag ID. Index is the state count. Index is states dot add. We'll add one in. Return states index. Okay, cool. So, so draw title bar now has some state, so we can go auto state get state, and that's got the tween in it. So at the end we can go state dot tween anim tween tick. We want to tweak it with the shop menus data. So shop tweaks. Get tweaks. Shop menu tweaks. So DT shop tweaks. Tick rate there. So it's going to be the same. Look the same as the balance label there. Right. So now we can go auto v equals anim tween or state dot anim tween value ease out cubic, and this is with alpha v. This is with alpha v, and then we're going to go plus vec2 minus 16 plus 16 times v 0. Let's just see what that looks like. Get a little animation. I think we only actually want to do the animation when the value changes. Yeah, so we only really want to do this would be, suppose we could call this V's a bad name if it's so far away from where it's being used. We can call this alpha or something. So I'm going to set it to 1 by default. Here we can go alpha is that. So we'll only actually see the result. I need to reset it as well. Where do we reset the tween? When the credit value changes? Yeah. So we could, where we go get state, the state could have a state to last credit value. So we'll go if state last credit value is not equal to the value, state last credit value is the value, state and in between dot reset. So if the value changes, it resets the tween. Codex YT, Codex it, is that it? How's it going? Hope you're alright. So I need to, what I need to do is give these data cards a value. I can do it like this. There we go. So the value, there's a little animation there. I'm just doing the little, you know, monetary values. So this is like the hero's gold. This is Tim Appleton, who's the shop vendor. He's gold, and these are just the gold values in the buy and the sell portions. Yeah, if you've got any questions, code exit, so let us know. If I put that back, it goes to 0. Cool. So now I want to get rid of this. Oh, and that. Switchable draw title bar. Yeah, I want to get rid of that one as well. Yeah, working on the shop menu. So take all of those. Right, I think the last thing to do is actually the trade button. Do they generally have context menus? Not context menus, modals like this. I don't think they do they? If you just click trade and it happens. Hey, trade button. Game menus. So, draw floating quick button. If that is pressed, trade. It's gonna work. Trade. Okay. What does a trade mean? It means we take everything from the sell bag and we put it into the buy bag. Well, we need validate first. If validated. Because there might not be enough money to do the trade. So what does validated look like? Or valid trade? So much to do, isn't there, when you do this type of thing? So we're just going to say if valid trade. So the valid trade is going to do it's going to say if it's not valid, it's going to pop up a box to say it's not valid. So we'll do the box first. We won't do the localization yet. We'll just say insufficient funds. How do you spell insufficient? That's it. That's how you spell it. My spelling is so bad. Insufficient funds. For now, we'll just say that. Okay, there's only the yes/no renderer, which doesn't make sense. So this needs a template. And we're just going to pass that in. If I could type. I'm going to say if result is yes, call the func. And then this is going to be actually called validate on valid trade or something. On valid trade. And that's just going to be in x equals 2. So when we click yes, which is obviously a ridiculous answer to insufficient funds, it will execute the trade. If we want a modal, I don't know if we do want a modal. Insufficient funds, yes. I don't know if we do want... So what do you definitely do want a model for insufficient funds? I don't think we do want one if there is sufficient funds. So insufficient funds is true. If insufficient funds do this, else do trade. We don't actually need the function then. Okay, take that back. Oops. So this would just be there's no such thing as a non-valid trade, really. This would just be this. This would go away. So it would be that. There's no funk. So we need like a set modal menu with no callback. Or maybe you just ignore the callback. So VM do nothing. Okay. So the balance. Could we pass in the balance? We could say if balance trade. Where's the balance? Balance is here. If that and balance. This would be called try trade. Because it could be insufficient funds. Which would return bool, whether it traded or not. Do something like that. So what we need is an OK, just an OK renderer. An okay model. So, how does this work? Tick model menu. If it's not none, if it's custom renderer, else. Draw model menu. Say else if type is okay. Do you have an okay lock? Might do. Okay. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Then I'm gonna have to head off. Didn't quite get it done, fortunately. Insufficient funds, okay. Nearly there though. That'd be like, did you? Because you couldn't do it. And do that sound effect. Obviously, we do have sufficient funds. We need to actually complete the transaction. Right, that's me done for the day. Fu Manchu going? He is. I'm going to send you to Fu Manchu. Let's raid Fu Manchu. Should give Fu Manchu some love. He's only got a viewer at the moment, but he's a really, really talented coder. Thana, thanks. Yeah, give Fu Manchu some love. And I'm hopefully back on tomorrow and we'll finish it. So that's me done. So yeah, thanks very much, guys. See you later.
You're done for the day, I guess. How was your streaming? I only popped in briefly to say hi. Yeah, so it's 4 o'clock. I guess you're done. Yeah. I need to leave in half an hour to go and pick up my kid. Oh, I see. I've been making some improvements to the. Let's see if this is building, so I can show you. Just basically debugging tools. Not building at the moment, but that's fine. I can just. Let's see, what am I missing? Yes, and Yeah. I will. So I will leave like in half an hour and then to pick up my kid, and then I'll still be streaming for a bit after that. Just school run. Same as you. See you later. See you later, Ben. Yeah, that sucks, Jax. 2-meter high jump. Damn. So, let me just show the viewers what I've been working on. Is this building? Yes. And then I'll explain to Ben. So I've been working on the asset browser, but today was mostly about debugging information. So let's see. Let's see. We can look at what assets we have in the library, and then to debug